Good morning. Good morning. I got a couple quick announcements, and then I'll turn it over to the program group. So this morning, September 11th, 2025, 23 years ago, there were members of the IR4 team in a meeting room, not much different like this, not too far from here in Colorado Springs. We had come for a food use workshop where we came to set priorities. We're getting ready to start the weed science part that morning. And as we were eating breakfast, we all looked up and we saw planes crashing into buildings. It was quite an event for many of us who were there, stuck in Colorado, trying to get home. All the airports were shut down, but the group stayed together and we went through, and during the course of the 3 days, we got the priorities set. With our minds being elsewhere, but we did the work. Back then, there wasn't Zoom, wasn't Teams, but we figured out the first hybrid meeting for IR4, where we got a bunch of speakerphones around the room, and those who didn't make it out there were able to join in from their places in whatever university or commodity group office they could, and they joined in and we got the priorities done. So it shows you the resilience of IR4. But more importantly, that was a day that really changed everything for so many people. And I'd like to do is take a moment of silence for the victims of the people from 9/11, as well as all the other senseless murders that have happened both domestically and internationally. So please join me in a moment of silence for these loss of lives. All right, thank you. One more thing before I turn it over to the team up here. I just want to clarify a comment that was made yesterday and make sure that we're all knowing what some of what we're doing. It wasn't to say that we could not use the integrated solutions projects to tackle some of these multiple H pluses that we have in the list. We're not saying that. We're saying is that was not what integrated solutions was designed for. If this group chooses to go that route, we will follow through, and we'll discuss items in the future of how to best handle it. But at this point, we're not going to prevent you from doing that if that's what this group wants to do. So yeah, let me just clarify that one. So if that's the wish, go for it. So anyways, thank you very much. Good luck today. We got a lot of work to do, so I'll shut up.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Food Use Workshop. Over the past couple of days, we did a lot of work in reviewing and shortlisting the research proposals. So we'll build on that foundation to make our final selections today. Looking at today's agenda, we don't have much time. We have to be out this room by noon. But we trust this group of people and brilliant minds to make the right decisions. We will begin discussing the residue and product performance projects today across all disciplines. We plan on having a break, I believe, at around 10, and then we will switch gears and discuss the integrated solutions projects. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Thomas, and we'll start discussing the residue and product performance projects. Before we begin, is there any comments or questions you'd like to make? All right, go for it, Thomas.
So before we begin, there have been 3 last-minute status updates. First one is one item that is dropping off the list, PR 14051. This is 24 dB on dried shelled bean. This one had previously been given a status of manufacturer will not support, but it was missed on our end, kind of in the pre-workshop shuffle. So this one is not eligible for selection. The other 2 items are 2 projects that have switched from potential projects to researchable projects. The first is 13721, phenamidone on apple. that has changed from potential to, I believe it's just researchable residue and ECS needed, correct? Right? Oh, just residue. Okay. The other one though is 13968 icafolin methyl on high bush blueberry. This one has changed from potential to researchable residue and ECS data. So throwing a last minute wrench in your well laid plans, but we'll run through it now. So let's take it to the top. You scroll up, David. All right. So I'll kind of leave it to you guys about how we want to best tackle this. If you've done all the legwork and know which ones are dropping down, we can just call those out. Otherwise, we can run through the list and just do a pass on these to knock them down line by line. Oh, question online?
Yeah, can you hear me, Thomas?
Michelle, sorry, Michelle, do you want to ask a
Yes,
question?
I just was wondering if we have access to this shortened list. Is it the second pass list on the website or has this not been shared?
It is the all disciplines first pass list on the food use workshop resources page. The only thing it doesn't reflect are those 3 changes that I just mentioned.
Okay.
And if someone can drop the link to that in the chat for your convenience, that would be great.
Thank you.
All right, with that, shall we take it from the top and run through the list of A's? We'll tackle these first. All right. First one, ceromazine on carrot, A or B? This one's researchable.
I was just hoping to hear from Syngenta before moving these in or out.
Luis is left, unfortunately. There is no.
So he's left.
Yeah, he left last evening, so there is no Syngenta rep here. Did you have a question about it?
Well,
Or
I saw him this morning at breakfast.
you did? Oh, he told us he was leaving yesterday. Oh.
This one isn't Syngenta though. Is there a question about this project?
Oh, the isoscerecloserum. We're trying to determine which one we would move forward.
Yeah, there's no change on that. I think, he left without giving any changes from the status that he left with.
Okay. Well, we'd like to keep this an A, you know.
A for ceromazine carrot. Next, ceromazine radish, also researchable residue and ECS data needed.
Same with radish.
A, got it. Next up is pyroflufen ethyl on dry bulb onion. This is researchable residue only. A or B?
A.
A. Next one was downgraded to a B yesterday. We'll jump over that. Now we're on metribuzin spinach. Is that right? God, researchable residue only.
A, please.
A. Then we have phenamidone on greenhouse lettuce. This one is researchable residue and ECS data. A or B?
B.
B, thank you. Pyroproxyfen greenhouse lettuce, researchable residue and ECS data needed. A or B?
So I believe this one is covered by Canadian data and we can move it to a B. Is that right, Mike?
That's correct.
All right, down to a B, thank you. Spidoxamat greenhouse lettuce, researchable.
A, please.
A, thank you. Next is metribuzin snap bean, researchable residue only. A or B?
A, please.
A. Thank you. Next is isocycloserum on snap bean, researchable, just need residue. ECS is ongoing. A, thank you. Linuron, edible potted and succulent shelled bean, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A or B?
A, please.
A, thank you. Metribuzin lima bean, researchable, residue only. A or B?
A, please.
A. Tepramazone, dry pea, upgraded to researchable, only residue data needed. A or B?
A.
A.
A. Maleic hydrazide, researchable, residue only on field tomato.
A.
A for tomato. Diflubenzuron on greenhouse tomato, researchable, residue only.
A.
A. Metribuzin on watermelon, residue only, A or B?
A, please.
A. Pyroproxyfen, greenhouse cucumber. This one is researchable, residue data only.
A.
A for greenhouse cucumber. The recently added phenamidone on apple, researchable, residue only. A or B?
A, please.
A. Peroxysulf on pear was downgraded yesterday, jumping to flazosulfuron on cherry, researchable, only residue data needed. A or B?
A.
A. And is that the case for peach and plum as well, or are those changing to Bs?
Yes, we'd like to get the crop group.
Also A's, understood. Fitopyropin on high bush blueberry. I'm sorry, I missed. That's icafolin methyl on high bush blueberry. Researchable, residue, and ECS data. A or B?
A.
A. Fitopyropin high bush blueberry. Researchable, residue, ECS needed. A or B?
A.
A for that. Interfluxam on grape. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed.
A.
A for grape. Mandipropamid on strawberry. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed.
A.
Flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on strawberry. Researchable, residue only. A or B?
We can keep that in A for now.
A. Turbisil was downgraded to a B yesterday, jumping to mandipropamid on strawberry greenhouse transplants. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for mandipropamid. Asaquinisil on greenhouse strawberry. This one is researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
We can move that to a B.
Asaquinisil down to a B. Thank you. Spidoximab on greenhouse strawberry. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for spidoximab. Sulfenbrad was downgraded yesterday. We can jump over that. Next is Ethithon on pecan. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for pecan. Haloxyphen methyl and fluorosulam on hazelnut. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for hazelnut. Ethoboxam on pistachio. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A. Triphenyltin hydroxide on walnut. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for walnut. Quizalofop on buckwheat. Researchable, only residue data needed. A or B?
A.
A for buckwheat. Amicarbazone on sweet corn. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for sweet corn. Bifenthrin on grain sorghum. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A. A note, this will require a weight of the evidence argument. Bicyclopyrone and bromoxynil on grasses grown for seed. This is, what is it, residue only? Yeah.
A.
A, and I've received the document from you, Carrie, so thank you.
Thank you.
Pyroxasulfone on sesame. Researchable, only residue data needed. A or B?
A.
A for sesame. Icafolin methyl on sunflower. Researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for sunflower. Epirofenicil on safflower. Researchable, only residue data needed.
We can take that to a B.
Pyrofenicil safflower down to a B. Tepramazone on safflower. Researchable, only residue data needed. A or B?
A.
A for tepramazone. Icafolin methyl on olive, researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
We're gonna keep that an A for now
A for olive.
and an A on the next one, but we will pick one. Don't worry.
Okay, so A for spinettram on olive as well. Then rimsulfuron on fig, researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
Same with this. Go ahead and make both of them an A for fig, but we'll pick one.
A for rimsulfuron and bifenthrin. Etoxazole on pomegranate, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A or B?
A, and I just want to mention that this actually came from an integrated solution study, just FYI.
Cool. Saflufenicil was downgraded to a B. We're skipping over that. Ifidopyropin on avocado, researchable, residue and ECS data needed.
A,
A for avocado. Bifenthrin on stevia, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for stevia. Next two, I'll just kind of treat together the mandipropamid, basil, and mint greenhouse transplants. A's or B's?
A's.
A's for both. Thank you. Clopyralid on field pennycress, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for field pennycress. David, a quick second. There we go. Bupropion on hemp, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A or B?
A.
A for bupropion. Etoxazole had been downgraded yesterday, jumping to fluoxepiprolin on hops. This is researchable, ECS ongoing, residue data needed. A or B?
A, please.
A for fluoxepiprolin on hops. Ifidopyropin on hops, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A. A for ifidopyropin on hops. Question? Go ahead.
I'd like to make a comment. We completed the A's. If you look at the green cells, we are at 49. We need to drop down to 35.
So we need 14 cuts in this. A couple of those are pairs where Carrie's going to pick one.
Do you want to tackle these discussions now, or should we go through the ages and then take some time to regroup and do the cuts?
Get the rest of you done.
Okay. So it sounds like the direction we should take is to try to make the cuts now for the A priorities.
we can drop acophlin on olive.
Okay, jumping to olive. Icafolin and what's dropping?
Yes.
Okay, so icafolin methyl down to a B. Is what? Is what's up there for olive accurate, or
I'm sorry?
is what you see there for olive accurate? Icafolin methyl is on a B, or are you?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
And spinettram is staying in A.
Spinettram stays in A.
Okay.
We actually did the spinettram work, I think, in an IS study. But-
Okay.
All right.
Let's see. The one notable one where it looks like there is a lot, I think, is strawberry. I think there's like 5 strawberries. Or how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have a question about the philosophy as far as going forward with a project that has an orange stoplight analysis.
Yes, in principle, orange projects are riskier. There is greater chance of regulatory hurdles preventing us from moving forward with them. We do not stop you from nominating them. They are not red, but we caution doing it. Yeah.
very, very careful in the right circumstance, maybe, but.
You know,
So then the question that I have, and this stems a bit from last year where I felt like in our region, we voluntarily withdrew projects that were orange and a couple of them were Triazole based. And that's after, talking to EPA about it. And then I was really surprised to see the final list, like have oranges. And I thought, geez, like, so are we giving up projects that we have much better certainty will move forward for one that's far riskier? And I just wondered what the philosophy is of should we be doing that?
that is a fair question. I believe there are 2 oranges on the list this year. So one is the Ethithon pecan, and then the other was technically not evaluated this year, but the expectation is that when it goes through EPA, it will be given an orange, and that is the triphenylton hydroxide on walnut.
So the triphenylton material is rated as an A. The reason for that is it was orange in previous years.
Yes.
And so we noticed that it's not orange anymore, but I don't know if EPA had the chance to review.
No, I can explain what happened with that. What had happened was the status of that project had changed from researchable to or under evaluation to need ECS data only based on comments from the registrant. Projects that are only for performance do not get sent to EPA as part of the list, generally speaking. So it was not evaluated by EPA this year. However, after the list was sent, but prior to the workshop, we'd identified that that status was incorrect. The registrant did not have residue data to support it, and it would require residue data. So it'll be sent to EPA to be evaluated in our second round that we send to them. It was given an orange last year, and in speaking with the registrant, the expectation is that the regulatory environment has not changed for it, and it would expected to be the case this year as well.
Well, anyways, there's some urgency to this request. Mancozeb is under fire for it's a European Union lowering the MRL to 0.01, which is next to 0. And if that happens, we won't have Mancozeb on walnuts. And this is a critical factor for managing bacterial diseases like walnut blight. And we're running out of options, and so this is an option. We have efficacy data for it, and this may be risky, but we're going down to the wire as far as what materials are available for managing the walnut blight in California. So I think it's pretty important for the industry. Without a solid treatment, we do have kasugamycin, but we're mixing it with Mancozeb, we're mixing it with copper, and we're getting good results. But Mancozeb is the foundation of the management program for walnut. And so I think it's a pretty high priority. So I still think we should go ahead with it as an A.
Anyone speak to the other one, which is Ethithon on pecan, 03179?
I know the request came from Arizona, from Green Valley Pecan. They need a material to assist it with harvest to essentially, balance it out. So as a harvest aid. That's about as far as I can speak to it. If anyone is from the pecan industry present right now, it would be great to hear from them. And I'm just going to leave the floor open for a second to see if anyone chimes in. So I'm not sure that I've seen anyone or online or on the floor from pecans. Is anyone from the pecan industry that could speak to this need?
So at least from New Mexico's perspective, it's not necessarily an issue yet, but with climate change, our frosts are getting later and later. And the issue is if the nut is not harvested before it starts germinating, then it ruins the marketability basically. So this would be a project that New Mexico supports in addition to Arizona.
So this is Eric Wilkins with Wonderful Orchards. I know that there was also the ACC project for pecan that was also sponsored by Green Valley. And in reviewing existing University of California research, it's taking place with rates at the 500 part per million level for ACC in almonds and pistachios. So the rep crops for this group, I believe, are almond and pecan.
Correct.
And so knowing that Ethafon is going to have a problematic registration path, we actually started talking about using it in pomegranates. But because of its classification, it does not seem like there's been any recent label developments supported by any of the registrants in this space. So I would suspect that although we're talking about a different AI, there may already be some initiatives that could help get a crop group registration for ACC for nut removal that would cover both almonds in California and potentially the pecan request, which right now is a little higher than the labeled rate. And then there's also been some challenges with including pistachio within the 1412 crop group because of some of the unique biology. And I think we'll also have some product performance opportunities with ACC, and I've reached out to Valent to confirm, and they've traditionally supported both the almond and pistachio research, and I'm assuming that they would support also that development in pecan for harvest aids across the Western region.
So am I interpreting that one ACC is the kind of the preferred tool going forward for nut growers?
Well, the academic community chose not to proceed with Ethafon in their research studies. They were moving towards one ACC. So I think that would be indicative of an opportunity, although not represented here at this food use workshop.
Got it. Thank you. Given the feedback we received, would it be prudent to downgrade pecan to a B? Yeah. While we're waiting in the Western region, do we have any others to drop down from A's to B's? We've still got to get about a dozen or 14 or so. Yeah. Yeah. So the big outlier in terms of number of projects right now are the strawberries. There are, I believe, 4 strawberry projects that are currently A's. It's 2 field, 1 greenhouse transplant, 1 greenhouse.
One comment I want to make is about the blues. Blues are not greens nor yellows. You don't know what's going to happen with that project. That can turn orange or red very quickly. So keep that uncertainty in mind.
Do you have anyone from UPL present? I think they bailed. Actually, I think he left after the insecticide session yesterday.
We can drop FIG, rim sulfuron.
All right, rimsulfuron fig down to a B. All right. The other one we had a question about was the ethithon on pecan after we heard back from the researchers who sounds like their main pursuit right now is 1 ACC rather than ethithon. Given that, would it be prudent to drop the ethithon pecan down to a B?
I'm gonna wait to hear from, they're talking about it now.
We have 12 more to cut.
We can drop the cyramazine on root crops. Carrot.
Sorry, which one was that?
We can drop the cyramazine on
Oh, carrot and radish. Okay. David, cyromazine, carrot and radish down to B's. They're at the very top of the list. All right. 10 remaining. Yeah, they're going for that group though. So unless they drop it all together, they're going to stay.
So which sections do we have doubles and triples and quadruples on?
Say again, Carrie?
Where do we have our doubles and triples and quadruples?
The biggest outlier right now is Strawberry. I think everything else is down to 1 or 2.
Can we talk about Strawberry?
Yeah, I would like to. So you got 2 in the field, 1 greenhouse transplant, which is going to use field capacity, and then you got 1 greenhouse. So the big overage is one of the fields or the greenhouse transplant, I believe, in terms of capacity.
So 13943 is, yeah, nursery application. Driscoll's is here to represent it. Do we want to discuss those 2 requests, the 2 strawberry requests that are on the floor?
I would like to point out that, as far as fungicide projects, the plant pathologists have 10 total.
Have what?
For the plant pathology fungicide projects, we have 10. And so as we start looking at some of these crop groups like strawberries, I would like to propose that we look at the projects other than those that have fungicides, because I feel that we have been really aware of the limitations of the projects this year and have kept our number quite low for the fungicide plant pathology aspect.
So would you like to look at a different crop group first?
I'd like to make sure that we keep mandipropamid in our strawberries.
We support Mandipropamid and strawberry.
Yes, out of the two field strawberries, Mandipropamid had stronger southern support.
Okay, so we can let 12579, that can be a B. If North Central agrees.
Yeah, we're okay with that. Thank you.
All right, 12579, flumioxazin, pyroxasulfone, strawberry down to a B. Thank you.
Do we want to move on to it kind of looks like with this, we've got one in strawberry greenhouse, we've got one in strawberry greenhouse transplant. Should we move on to another crop group for now that has a double or a triple?
Yeah, it's fine for the moment. I don't believe there's any triples. David, maybe now you want to filter out the Bs if you can. And we'll jump back to the top to kind of go crop group by crop group.
Thank you, Magic Excel person.
We have 5 beans, although there are different beans to our snap.
Just give myself a sec to finish sorting and then we'll take a look.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. We got it sorted. David, we're all the way at the top. Okay. So it looks like we've got one dry bulb onion, one spinach, one lettuce. Yeah, beans are the next out. Beans and peas are the next outlier. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 beans and peas.
As Megan indicated, the 12800 has been worked on at IR4 so far, so we would like to keep that going, I think.
It's the same for the Metrofusin. It's been in the performance program for a few years and we've finally made it here. It's very important.
So while that is being deliberated, I have another one that we could cut. Want me to give you a number? Is that okay? 14037. It's the icopoline on sunflower. You can drop that to a B.
Thank you. What are we at now? 43. And it is so 8 to go.
You mind if we jump to hops?
Down to hops.
Hop to hops.
Which hops is coming down?
Well, I'm not,
Oh.
not either. I think that we should discuss it. I'm not cutting anything. But I think it would be wise to discuss these two requests. Can we hear from the representatives for the two requests? Whoever wants to go first, feel free.
I can speak for the phytopyropin. We have commitment from BASF to fund half the efficacy and crop safety studies, and the hop industry will pick up the other half. So we're looking strictly at residue from IR4.
So the other one is a downy mildew product, and it's looked good in a lot of different trials, including ones in the Western region. It's in the same group as oxythiopropylan, but it's not quite registered yet across a bunch of crops. Bayer is the registrant. But there's been a number of trials the last couple of years that has some efficacy data in different things, mostly from the West, actually. But downy mildew is our #1 disease in the West, in the East. So yeah, I think it's an important fungicide to have. And we only have like 10 pathology projects. Thanks. I just got reminded of that. Thank you.
Thomas, while we have a lull, can you please list out those 2 additional projects that were added? I don't seem to have them on my sheet.
The 2 that were added were 13968 Icafolin methyl on high bush blueberry and 13721 phenamidone on apple.
Thank you.
Hey, Thomas. Hi, everyone. This is Anna from EPA. So I'm looking at the ones without a color designation on the list. And I jotted them down because some of them did go through the stoplight analysis for a different commodity, and they're expected to be the same color as well. And I hate to do it, but the metribuzin one went through the stoplight for a different crop, but that one is orange or is expected to be orange if it goes through the mini stoplight. And so I guess I just want to, first off, I should have started. The white ones are the ones that were either under evaluation or was just expected to require ECS data, and that's why it did not go through the stoplight, correct? But now it's been upgraded by the registrant to like needing residue studies. And so I thought I'd throw that out there. For metribuzin, I think it's orange. For the toporamazone and maleic hydrazide did not go through the stoplight this year. And then I wrote down for the other ones, like mandipropamid is green, flunitramide is green, and pyroflufen ethyl is green. And again, I can only just speak to it because it did go through the stoplight for other crops, but for the agency analysis, we've bundled them together for the same color. It does make the same color.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Here's a suggestion. You go to beans. And
I think it's up, David, to the A's in beans.
A's and beans.
Yeah, beans, not bees. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
So the 2 young ladies I'm sitting across keep telling me they ain't going to give up the metribuzin there and die on the hill, I believe you said. No. Yeah, no. All seriousness, they're really want the metribuzin, and we have another herbicide for linuron, and linuron is a compound that we have had extreme difficulties of analyzing, and we've had to go to contract labs because we do not have the capacity or the capabilities to do it because it's the methodology and the special glassware, I believe. So I'm going to suggest maybe we drop the linuron, and we'll still have a herbicide for snappings and edible potted, I guess. So.
I'm curious if Mark Van Gessel is online.
Yes, I am.
Hey, Mark, what are you thinking about metribuzin now that we're hearing it might be orange? Just your comments on that, because I know there's been a lot of work put into this.
Yes. Yeah. Because of that, it's hard to drop it down, but also knowing that there's quite a bit of uncertainty. Yeah, it's well, so if we did that with the snap beans, it would be the other, I'm assuming that would be true with the other crops that were part of the rotational trials, the watermelon, the spinach, sweet potatoes, that whole group. Is that correct? Is that the right interpretation?
Yeah, I'm also hoping to get a little bit more clarification because it was mentioned metribuzin on watermelon would be orange. And is that for this use pattern? I'd just like some clarification.
Is the expectation that it's kind of a use site agnostic kind of designation of the orange?
Is the registrant on in the room?
I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you. Could you?
Is the registrant in? Like to talk about that? It's orange. So with crop commodities, it's not usually, like the risk cup. It depends on what reg review. For this one, for metribuzin, it's under reg review. And I believe that needs to be, like there's reg review mitigation needed for new uses to move forward. So the registrant would have more information on that. But
The comment was that it was under reg review, and that the registrant would have more information about the specific status of it.
Roger, you can decline to comment, but I am curious if you have thoughts on this. You can decline. It's okay. I'm just feeling a little, I'm just don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, based on what Mark asked, would all of them change or all of them be downgraded? No, you could still do a specific, because this is all about residue now, because those rotational projects that ECS has done. So you could do, drop a bean if you still wanted to get it as a rotational reduction in watermelon or sweet potatoes or whatever. So they all wouldn't necessarily have to be coming down. No, but back to the red review, I was just trying to find my notes here. It seems as though Adama told us it was out of red review. Is that not right? And I haven't found it yet, but it seems like I remember them saying that it was clear from red review.
I'm quickly trying to look it up, but at the time of the stoplight analysis, it was still in. So that's why I was wondering if it did go through already. But let me.
And back to what Tom was asking, will this orange apply to all metribuzin or just that watermelon issue or the watermelon request? Maybe while we look for this, y'all can keep debating what to drop.
Yeah, I'm going to need a minute.
Something else to keep in mind, it's about hemp. That is a very elaborated project, and something you want to keep in mind too is the return of investment. What I understand from my peers is that all we can register is the seed, so hemp grown for seeds. I know Philip is our hemp expert, so he can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, on this project, the buprofezine, the miticide, we have, there's no registered tools, but we have two in the pipeline now through IR4, abamectin and vinpyroxamate. We have about 10 hemp studies at IR4 ongoing, and they're huge and very expensive. And we can't get any commodities registered, but the food, as IR4 works on food crops, specifically for the public interest finding. So I'd like to know what the buprofezine use is for, if it's distinct from what we're already getting with abamectin and from Portal. I know the hemp growers had a lot of other requests, and we narrowed it down to this one.
Rick says this one's for whiteflies, if that was what your question was. That's what we're after.
We do have Zeta cypermethrin um, coming through for hemp and IR4. So maybe that's whitefly.
I think the interest was, the bupropion being an IGR, being very soft on beneficials. And in that system, because currently the lack of products, we rely very heavily on beneficials.
In the greenhouse, though, you mean, right?
In the greenhouse and the field, yes.
You're releasing beneficials in the field for these pests?
We're not releasing, we just rely on natural enemies.
Well, we do have the diamides as well going through chlorantraniliprole and cycloniliprole. So again, a suite of insecticides coming through IR4 presently.
This is it's a tough decision, but considering the number of projects that we have and the expense of those projects, we can probably wait on this one.
Thank you, Rick.
Well, we've been going at this for about an hour now, and we've dropped 18 projects, and we still have 7 more to go. If everyone concurs that we've come to a stalemate and no one is willing to drop anything else, I suggest maybe we use the rest of the time a little bit more wisely and move on to another area. And if we have time to go back, we will. If we don't, we'll have to figure it out later, which ones we're going to have to drop. But we sure like your input on some of these other program areas than just sit here and stare at each other for any time longer. What's that?
Okay, let's cover the ages. Starting with 14050, metamytrin on beans. Does it stay an H or is going to be upgraded to an H+?
Alice, or everybody, I have just a suggestion. Since most of these aren't going to make it, like 90%, maybe we could go the other way where we everything is downgraded and then a couple get upgraded. It's just a suggestion.
That's a great idea, Tim. Why don't we do that instead? So which ones already will be upgraded to an H+?
Alice, real quick, you went over that very first, you were looking at that first one in the H, but I think David had them, those H's in the new priority column were the ones that they basically dropped down yesterday. So I don't think we had to start at the first, if David scrolls up a little bit. So keep scrolling up. Nope. Up. Yep. Keep going. Yep. Oh, stop. So from 14050, these are the ones that yesterday, I believe, were said that, well, we said M's, but David did correct, which was correct. They would stay H's. So I think we wouldn't even need to start till we got to 13944 if what they said yesterday was correct.
Good call. Thank you, Susan. So starting with 13944.
Are you following Tim's suggestion, which is all these only look at the ones that you want to upgrade to H+ versus going through this whole list again?
Yes, absolutely.
Time?
Let's do that.
Well, so we can tell you right now that the safflower, what is it, tiopyrachlor, that's an H+.
Lychee, I think the same thing for tomatoes, greenhouse for the TF, Power 4. Yeah, production.
We'll make that one an H plus.
Okay, the Northeast has one. 14033 Metametron beat, H plus, please.
So you want the ISO.
Southern region has one as well.
Go for it.
13534 in Dazaflam mango. H plus, please.
Another one, 13528 Ethafluorine and clomazone cucumber, H plus, please.
Another one for the Northeast, 13974, pyroxasulfone in blueberry, please. H plus.
And we would like, we were hoping that 13719 would be researchable, but it looks like it's not. So we're gonna keep that as an H plus if we can. Yeah, sorry. Clover, clover seed crop isocycloserum. 13719.
And then we would like 13859, that's the honeybees, as an H plus.
That's not me. That's not me. Yeah. It's someone already here.
And then another one, 14023, tiopurichlor in pepper, greenhouse transplant, H plus.
And did we get the honeybee one on there? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nicole. I have a lot of people talking to me. Um,
And I have one more,
Go ahead.
12803 isocycloserum cucumber.
Yeah. Yeah, go right ahead. And I don't, I tried to phone them, but I couldn't get through. So if you have a text, awesome.
If it helps, we are at 10 H pluses for the time being.
That's not bad. Thank you. I mean, I've given up most of it. But I have this space.
Perhaps it's a good time to start cutting.
I don't have anything to cut. I cut most of the list.
Did we get an answer on the teopyrochlor
Kinda did.
fruiting
I-
veg whitefly? I don't want to call it nonsense projects.
We talked earlier and created kind of.
Can you repeat the question?
I would love to. Did we, and by we, I mean the headquarters staff and the regions, come to a consensus about the fruiting veg whitefly IS projects, which would include teopyrochlor along with some other things, of pursuing them via performance work or through the IS project?
I don't think there is a conclusion. It's still on the table. Jerry mentioned that was an option if we wanted to use IS in that way. So far, we've got a handful of H pluses that could be covered in that IS if that was the decision. But yeah, limited in both categories, IS and H's.
How many of the teopyrochlors would drop out if the integrated solution hit?
Yeah, these are the two top fruiting veg, greenhouse. It kind of makes sense to do those as just performance, I think, than using an IS priority. But if you wanted to have all six, all the different fruiting veg requests that we have for Tia Pre-Clear, that's a different scenario, I guess.
I think that's the balance, is we know we can't have them all if we're putting them as H's. So we're trying to trim that down. And I know Nicole's talking, I think we were talking about discussing whether the greenhouse transplant use pattern was the same as the greenhouse. But I don't know if we've gotten an answer on that yet.
Yeah, so for the greenhouse use for the pepper, the transplant, this is the first time in 3 years that I've been able to find a product and registrant that would be agreeable to move forward. And so I'm very reluctant to give that up. I did pull it from the herbs, which we also need it in the herbs. There's so few tools available. And then for the transplants, of course, they're grown really in many greenhouses across the US and they're shipped widely. And from a plant pathology standpoint, we've become very concerned about thrips and whiteflies for the viruses that they vector, potentially moving viruses into geographical regions that they wouldn't be in normally, but because the transplants are being shipped for consumers. And so while the integrated solutions, I can understand the merit of putting it in there, to me, it's too vague of a notion to give up the H plus for this purpose because it's so needed and it's been so hard to find a project to get registrant support.
Mary, it's Karen Corteva. Just one note that maybe I didn't mention earlier to you folks on the transplant side. So this product is going to be just soil applied, is only soil applied. So I just wanted to add that note, see if there's any, just for clarification.
Yeah, the greenhouse, so the greenhouse grower would apply it to the soil.
Okay.
Is that what we're talking
Drip.
about? Like, that's
Drip,
fine.
not foliar. Yeah.
Totally fine.
Yeah, it's systemic. You're good.
Right, it'll be through the roots, yeah.
But also
Another comment I want to make about that one. Someone this morning brought up the concern that finding greenhouse space is difficult. And integrated solutions trials tend to become more elaborated. The goal is to go above and beyond just having the standalone treatment. And these trials can be costly. So just some food for thought.
I will comment on the Bavari Bassiana. There's a similar situation in Integrated Solutions, Honeybee Veromite project. If that one was funded, we could cover this priority, performance only needed in that Integrated Solutions and cover other miticides.
A quick comment, because there was a question about the use pattern between the thiopurichlor greenhouse pepper and greenhouse pepper transplant. They're identical in terms of number of applications and retreatment interval. Your only difference is your PHI, because there's not like a real PHI for the greenhouse transplant use pattern. There were no rates listed, but I assume the rate is going to be the same.
So those two could be done together?
They're still like different in terms of the way that like the timings of applications, because you're making applications to your greenhouse transplant crops earlier in their development stage because they're then transplanted out into the field, whereas the greenhouse ones you are carrying through to harvest in the greenhouse.
Yeah, you'd measure the efficacy in different locations. One would go to the field and you want to see if it still works after the transplant occurs versus greenhouse production.
Yeah, the use patterns matching in that way is relevant for residue purposes later. But yeah. So it's a good thing, but they are still just different projects.
Tom, will you tell me, because we were discussing this morning and I don't think we came to a consensus. Does True Greenhouse work on those because they match, cover the performance work for the greenhouse transplant, and then they would only need, separate residue projects, or did they need to be separate in both performance and residue?
That kind of comes down to, that's kind of a registrant call, I guess. I guess it might be pest dependent depending on when the pest is relevant to the crop.
So just to clarify, so we had thought that for the efficacy for the transplants for consumer use, the plants wouldn't have to be, you wouldn't have this extended project like you have to for the residue, but is that, you would still need that similar?
Oh, no, because I assume you would be if you were looking at performance work for greenhouse transplant, you're just looking at it because you're making all the applications in the greenhouse. So that's when you're, I guess, evaluating. Yeah. Unless the intention was that the product you were applying is carrying its efficacy out into the field, but I assume that is not the case.
We were hoping that, the greenhouse transplant for consumers would be less burdensome in this arena than we know versus the residue. So it seems like that's true.
Yeah, in terms of performance work you're talking about, right? Yeah, yeah.
Hi, sorry, maybe already discussed, but I did get a comment in the chat from Corteva that thiopurichlor, yeah, it does not have activity against thrips. So I just wanted to make that note in case it helps in anything.
Thank you. The whitefly is still a very important vector, so.
Yeah. Question in the chat. Valent would like to make a status change to PR 12764. Yes, paroxyphene cucumber greenhouse. Sorry, pronunciation is hard here.
Oh, it went on hold.
And the status, yes, change would be manufacturer hold.
Oh.
Yeah, we got the same note just now too.
Okay.
So
do you-
this, the distance or the 12764 will go from A to a B.
It's a manufacturer hold, so we just can't move forward
Okay.
with it anymore. Yeah.
It's better to know that now than later.
Yeah, thanks for understanding, everyone. I apologize for the late change. This one's been pretty dynamic, as Iris and Mike can attest to our email. So, but thank you.
Thank you for the update.
6A is left.
If we can go back to H pluses. Oh, hold on, my screen went dark. Okay. The H plus for ethafluralin cucumber. I believe that's 13528. We can take an H for this year.
All right, 3 of those H pluses to drop, and then 6 A's, and then that'll finish the food use side of things.
Well, how about, could we move to integrated solutions and go through that, and then maybe a couple of these will fall off? You never know. Or at least we have some time to think, talk to people.
We have a break scheduled for 9:30, so I'm not sure how that's gonna play.
Oh, no, we can wait 15 minutes then. We can, whatever. Sorry.
Someone is suggesting to skip the break.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep the break the 30-minute break so that people can talk. The question back to you is, do we want to use this 10 minutes to discuss, or should we get right out into a break and come back at 10 to 10 instead of 10? All right. What I hear you,
Is break at 9:30 or 10?
9:30. I'm informed that it's at 9:30.
It changed? Because schedule says 10.
Are we ready for break, Crystal? We're not? Okay. And it's scheduled for 9:30, correct? Okay. So break is not ready yet.
Crystal just.
So folks on the line are asking whether we're starting our break. I'd say let's start our break. Refreshment will be provided in 10 minutes or so, and let's regather back at 10 o'clock. Thank you. And Christina, can you add a little note in the chat box? Thank you.
But, let's see here, what, probably lima beans. Yeah, but, and the logic there is that it's the largest acreage crop. Of those three, we have more lima bean acres than we do snap beans in Delaware. Yes, okay. That which would be great. Yes, 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 that most definitely. Yep. Probably watermelon would be next. And then spinach would be the lowest of the priorities. Yes. But yeah, it kind of threw, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. But if the lima beans and snap beans can be lumped together, that would be definitely the way to go. Yep. Yes. Well, I do know that Metro Busin is going through review, and there's a lot of discussion on what that's going to ultimately look like, in terms of what crops are and rates might be adjusted. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a little bit more clarification on that. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
10 o'clock. Let's get the ball rolling. We will go back to food use and review the resident product performance project. So we'll try to cut down the A's and the H's before we switch to integrated solutions. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Thomas again.
Yep. So a couple people came up, noted there were going to be some items being dropped down. Carrie, you want to go first? You had a few you mentioned. A's and H's that are dropping.
No, actually, I thought we were doing integrated solutions. I had IS studies to drop.
I thought we were killing food use first. Well, yeah, you finish off the food use first. Yeah. All right. Fair. All right. Poor choice of words.
But, well, can I ask the floor then real quick? Are there integrated solution studies that will dictate a few of the, because do we feel comfortable with our national priorities as they stand? Do we want to see what filters out of the IS and then come back to product performance and residue? What do the other regional field coordinators want to do?
Well, I'll go ahead and say I'm okay with doing food use, but I yield to the other regions.
I agree with Megan. I'm fine either way. I know there were a couple that were in limbo, but I think the one that we had the question on, with the fruiting veg and whitefly has sounded like it's been decided. So I am fine either way.
Okay. Nicole, do you have a preference?
I also don't have a preference.
Okay, yeah. Continue as you intended, and I'll wait for integrated solutions.
All right. So we got 6 A's to cut and 3 H's. Anything fruitful come from the break? Fruitful or vegetal? Yeah. Thank you. Anything nutty?
I can comment to start on an apple. I'm looking for the number right now.
Is it the phenamidone or?
It's the phenamidone apple. We've had some discussion over the break. Based on the group that it's in and some resources that are already available, we'll take a B for this.
Thank you. 5 left.
I would like to revisit the orange, and I know that we have had a discussion about this, but I wonder in a time where our fiscal resources are really at the fore. I think that we have to recognize that a lot of resources go into these projects, and then if they can't get to the finish line, because of an EPA stoplight analysis, which we know right at the onset, I just don't know if this is the most prudent way to be a fiscally responsible organization, especially when we've relied on our stakeholders so much to even get the RFA out to keep the food, to keep the IR4 program going. And also, IR4 has projects that are in process that were not red or orange when they started, but have turned that partway through the process. So the organization is already out on a limb on some of these projects, and to add additional ones, I just don't know if it's the right thing for the good of the whole.
So I'd like to speak to that. A few years ago in 821, fluazine-dolazine was green and it's currently red. So we really don't know what's happening at every moment that we make these decisions. The intentions are to get the stakeholders what they need, and things do change, admittedly, and we've seen the downside of that. But currently, these oranges are available. I think it'd be wise to go through, talk about the duplicates, start there, and then move on from there to see where we could be pulling some of these priorities out. Thank you.
And if I
along
could just-
along the same lines, things can change colors in the other direction too.
And sometimes orange isn't, there's still a gradient inside orange. Some things, it depends on the reason they're orange and whether or not they can be resolved easily or difficultly. And that's a matter of interaction with the registrant and EPA on what that means. So orange doesn't always mean the same. In fact, in headquarters, we've had this discussion about the reason for the orange could help us understand to move something forward or not. So, yeah, there's some things that are orange and really they're sort of peach. Now I've added another color to the spectrum, salmon.
Well, speaking of orange, can we talk about the Metrobuzin group? Has there been any further discussion on the color of those? Because we spoke with our researchers in the Northeast and we have some thoughts, but it would be really helpful if we could get any point of view from where we're at with the color.
Yeah, Anna was here a few minutes ago showing me the status of what she mentioned about the orange for Metrobuzin, and it might be peach rather than strong orange. And I thought she was going to be here when this got brought up, but if she comes back in the room, we'll corral her to get her comments on that. But it might not be as orange as it could be.
Okay. Should we wait for her to come back?
Well, it depends on whether you're going to fight for all three.
Yeah.
You are?
No, well, that's a good point. I'd like to. No. Okay, so we have some researchers online. The requester is also online, and we spoke to him about what would be really important. And we would like to clarify first, if we did the residue on snap bean, would it cover lima bean? Because lima bean is critical.
Biologically, snap beans are planted generally earlier than lima beans in most places. So if you were to run the residue in snaps and saw that you had no residue there, we can maybe extrapolate the lima. Now, residue wise, Thomas?
Yeah, residue wise, snap bean is edible potted, lima bean is succulent and dried shelled. So they're in separate groups. They would not cover each other.
They would not cover each other. Okay, we feel that we need to keep the lima beans, the Metrobuzin lima bean. I'm gonna go ahead and just open it up to Mark, who's online, and Lynn and Terry, who are also representing the Northeast, on what would be the next most important. I acknowledge keeping all three would be, or four would be challenging, but we know the lima bean's important. How can we best represent the Northeast with our resources here?
I think, thanks Megan for that. I mean, I think the next one for us regarding the acreage we're covering is really spinach, because we have it in New Jersey. We have a lot of processing spinach in New Jersey. Lynn has it in New York, so that would be the second one for me after lima beans.
Can I ask a quick question? For 13362 and 13383, is there a way to get a crop group there? Are they going after the crop group? We were just wondering.
Are those the two beans?
Yeah, it's snap bean and bean lima succulent dried shelled.
Yeah, no, like I said, they're separate groups. So snap bean is 622A and lima bean is 622C and E. So
thank you.
Is there a general category for all succulents that could be, I guess you couldn't do it at this point, but it seems like you could get the crop group and include both of those under succulent, right?
well, no, so lima bean only appears or snap bean only appears in 622A, and lima bean only appears in 622C and E. When we do the bean studies, we do a variety of bean that allows you to get the entire subgroup of whatever bean we're working on, barring weird exceptions. Because the bean groups are pretty flexible that way, but you cannot cover both of these in the same residue study.
Yeah, when you eat the flesh and when you don't, so there's different residues there.
Roger, I just want to confirm, this is a reduction of plant back interval study. It's not a study to establish a use tolerance for a crop, correct?
Yeah, it's about reducing it so that you don't have to skip an entire year.
Yeah.
You can plant these specialty crops the following year.
So, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering is, you know, when companies are trying to get their labels changed to reduce from the default plant back interval to a lesser one, they don't do every single crop and do residue studies on every single one. They do a smaller amount of crops, and there's a higher degree of extrapolation allowed. I guess I'm just wondering is, you know, are we trying to do overkill here of snap beans and lima beans and think we need to get a crop group?
Um,
I like this question because we are dealing with the same thing. In fact, I've got studies in the ground right now where we've got 6 crops where we applied metribuzin last year, and we want to come back. We want to reduce that interval, but it seems like, you know, it doesn't make sense that we have to do a residue study for every single crop with metribuzin.
Yeah, and that's why the extrapolation is so important in other aspects. And another thing that we talked about during the break was that if this doesn't turn out to be a tolerance action and it is a simple label change,
Yes.
we could do the work, but the registrant is on the hook for the label change fees from that point because it's not a tolerance action.
How much are these reducing the plant back intervals by? Or
Right now, you have to wait a full year after application, and that means you can't plant these spring specialty crops the following year after using it in soybeans the previous summer. So that is under the 12 month, typically understood as inside 12 months is a food use. Right now, you can't plant them under that 12 months. So this is what it's about, getting down to like 8 to 9 months, basically.
Yeah, because I had the same discussion with a metribuzin company, and they felt that it was more of just a label change and not a residue issue.
yeah, in theory, I mean, if you wouldn't be expecting residues at that point, it would still require a residue study, but if you demonstrate that there are no residues, then yeah, there wouldn't be an associated tolerance action with it, assuming there is already a tolerance for it, because you can establish the baseline tolerance. But sorry, I think I might be confusing things. Yeah, if it wound up not being a higher tolerance than whatever is currently in the Federal Register, yeah, IR4 would not be able to submit that on its own. If that wound up being the only thing that we had going on, it would just be a label change.
Hey, Thomas, if I
Add
could
to the
add-
confusion.
Yeah.
It's odd that the registrant told us to change these all to residue only, which meant they thought they needed residue rather than just a biological trial and maybe one residue covers everything.
Can I ask which company?
Well, Adam was the one we were talking to yesterday for all these metribuzin changes. Adam.
Which company is supporting this though?
Adam.
Oh, okay.
Well, the status makes sense because if you'd have to be conducting these, it'd be under the 12 months, it'd be considered an in-season food use. Even if you're not expecting residues, you have to demonstrate that in at least one residue study. Then I guess the question is whether or not there's the rationale behind extrapolating. I've not attempted to do that in the past, so I'm not sure how EPA typically handles those.
It would seem like you could pick one of those 2 beans, Snap or Lima. For what I'm hearing, you know, you don't need to do residue on both of those like you would for a normal spraying the crop application. So that could cover it in that scenario that we're hearing here.
Is the use pattern the same on these?
Yeah, you
Use
spray
pattern.
the soybeans and then you plant crop the next spring.
I was gonna ask the question reversed. Do we need to do both green beans at the same time? So that way, if we're told we can't extrapolate later on, we've lost the crop group. If we did both beans, we could get the crop group extrapolate to watermelon and spinach later, if possible. I mean, I guess it sort of depends on how much extrapolation we can get.
Are you talking about extrapolating from bean to watermelon and spinach?
Yeah, if we're gonna drop some, I mean,
that seems like a way harder ask than bridging from snap bean to lima bean. Like I could imagine a scenario where you could like do a chemsack to extrapolate from snap bean to lima bean, same use pattern of both beans, but going across crops, going across crop groups like that seems way tougher.
Okay.
So I have two thoughts, and
towards if we do a residue study, put both beans in there and just analyze them. Is that what you were heading towards?
No,
okay.
it'd still be two separate trials. It's just, if we find out later that no extrapolation is allowed, then we're not getting a crop group. But
well, no, you'd still get, if you did one of them, you would still get that subgroup that is relevant for that bean. So snap bean to be 622A, you'd still get that whole subgroup.
Yeah, but I want the crop group.
When companies do they bring on a new product, they do their residue studies. They don't do residues when they make their table for crop rotation restrictions. They don't do residue studies on every crop that they have listed, right? So why do we have to do that now?
I thought that's where we were. We were going to do it in one. And we're going to.
So
Isn't it more just a carryover issue where it's going to injure the crop or not?
Yeah, biology. Yeah.
So it shouldn't be a residue issue?
No, there's.
There
is a potential for residue issue, but you're correct. We don't have to do residue studies on every crop under the sun.
Right. So is it even necessary at all?
Yeah, I think it is necessary because you do have a time frame. The compound does stick around. EPA put the default on it.
Oh, okay. So a company brings a new product out. They don't do residue studies on every crop that they have listed in their crop rotation restriction table.
Yeah.
Correct?
They'll either take the default, which is a lot of times 18 months or down to 12, depending on the chemical, or do a confined rotational study that has, I think, radio labeled materials to see it, but it's a different study to get across the board rotational crop.
Can I ask a question? If there should be kind of consideration about sort of, planting timings, for Mark, are lima beans, do they have like a single window of planting? So I know for us in New York, I mean, snap beans personally would be my priority, but snap beans can be planted anywhere from May through August. And so later beans have that potential to kind of escape that window. With the metribuzin rotation restrictions, are lima beans limited to say very early season?
Lima beans are actually planted after our snap beans here. They're so the snap beans are planted sooner. So, but we have a pretty wide window when we're planting our soybeans. That's where the issue of the 12 months comes in.
Yeah.
We can go all the way from, late April up through early July with our double crop soybeans.
Right. And I don't have that. Is there anything about the biology of, the plants themselves and the harvested and consumed portion that, if you wouldn't see the residues, say on the pods themselves, the potential for residue in the seed that is eaten,
is not expected or vice versa that could drive the selection of one versus another that, you know, when we're talking about, we may have this ability to extrapolate.
Okay, so.
And I guess I'm thinking, because the snap beans are you're eating the pods and the beans. You know, although the beans themselves may be like not as well formed, there are beans in there. Like I'm just throwing that out.
Well, that would matter for foliar use pattern. I would just say in this case, it's incorporating it from the soil carried over. So has more to do with the crop's life cycle, like how long is it in the field and how short is the harvest interval. That might impact more the residues than a foliar, you know, eating the crop flesh or not.
I just have a quick comment regarding that. I mean, you have three crops, basically. You have the beans, you have watermelons, you have spinach. Which one is the first to go into the ground in spring? It's spinach. So that will be the one with the shortest rotation interval between the previous crop on spinach. So I think we should be focusing on spinach here.
There's also other comments in the people that want to comment online. Michelle and then Debbie, please.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
A little low, but let's try.
Okay. I'll see if I can turn my mic. I'll lean in close to my microphone.
Much better.
With the rotational crop, so a lot of this is, if this is purely to reduce the rotational crop interval, then it was really important to understand what the rotational crop studies were that were conducted for metribuzin or any active. Whether it was a confined rotational crop study, like Jerry mentioned, that's a metabolism study, or the field rotational crop. Both of those are going to test different intervals of time and will include 3 to 4 crop groups so that the results can be extrapolated to all crop groups, okay? And so then it depends on the amount of residue left at each interval. And typically a registrant is going to want as few mitigations on their label as possible, not always, but so they're going to look for what interval, the time frame at which the residues are below LOQ. Sometimes, like we've had a conversation about QLEX, about Arylex and Flurazolam. There were no residues at any of the plant back intervals at the shortest or the longest, right? So that is a fairly straightforward rotational crop study. But if a company does not have crop safety data, they won't just automatically label, you know, no rotational crop intervals. Okay, so they're going to go cautious. And I think it was also Jerry that said those typical intervals are going to include a season change. So in this case, a lot is going to depend on the metribuzin rotational crop studies and what those showed. If they have residues, you know, up to a year, then it might not be possible to shorten these without either setting an MRL or doing the residue studies to generate residue values to see if they would meet existing MRLs. And like you said, somebody else had commented, not all companies are going to test every single crop, not for residue and not for crop safety and efficacy. And so, so a lot of this is going to have to come from the registrant about what it would take with their existing data package to reduce a plant back interval. I hope that made sense. The extrapolations are different for this. You're going to be looking at different guidelines. It's not just your typical crop grouping like you would for, you know, residues to get an MRL. So the idea of rotational crop studies is you do a couple different crop groups to extend to everything, but you still might need crop safety. So I don't know if that helps at all, but I would go back to the registrant and the rotational crop studies. Thanks.
I was gonna say that we have 6, like think oranges or salmon or some hue of orange. And there's 4 on one AI. That seems even more dangerous than the other 2 oranges. So
Well-
it sounded like people had prioritized a couple. Like, I don't know, I'll be quiet. It's just,
Well, I want to acknowledge, I think there was one more person waiting online, but we have put some thought in this and are willing to make a move. So maybe we hear that comment and then we let you know what we're thinking. Thank you.
Debbie?
Okay, thank you. I just want to reinforce what Michelle said. There are a separate set of regulations. What happens in confined rotation and field rotation will determine whether or not we can extrapolate. And I would not make the assumption without us having any background on that you can just automatically extrapolate. It's going to depend on what the existing data says, and we don't have access to that information right now. So at least I will not promise that we can extrapolate from one bean to another or to any other crop until I have some awareness of what the radio labeled studies will tell us.
Okay, so the Northeast has put some thought into it, and I know that Mark is still online, but I'm gonna throw out there. It sounds like the snap bean we want to hold on to. And I did just speak with Jerry. I'm gonna go ahead and call you out, Jerry, but he said that if we need to reconsider the beans a little bit later, we can, but we're gonna give 1A to the snap bean. We're gonna remove the lima bean. And then we're thinking, hold on to the spinach as well, because it's a shorter interval and we can come back for watermelon later. Mark, do you agree? Look at how exciting this became.
Personally, I would prefer the lima beans over the snap beans, if that
Okay.
doesn't throw too much of a monkey wrench into it.
We can do that. We can
Yeah.
put the A on the limas and take a B for the snap.
That was, I think you just marked isocyclosarum as a B. David, it should be the metribuzin. Okay, that's B, that's an A, there we go. And then metribuzin, lima, bean. Yeah, we're good, okay.
Okay, so an A for the metribuzin lima bean, an A for the metribuzin spinach, a B for the metribuzin watermelon,
Great, thank you.
and a B for the snap. You got that right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that should have dropped 2, and we can really dig in deeper later if we need to, but that we feel okay with that. Are you good with that, Mark?
Yes, I am.
All right.
What is that? What is that? So is that 3 left to go? Man, I can't. I need the glasses. It's 3 and 3, 3 and A's and 3 and H's. Down to the wire. Then we get to have the whole new battle over IS.
Can I ask a question of Roger? It's all right. You probably know this, but maybe, I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. Is quinclorac effective against nut sedge?
Not that I know of.
Thank you.
I wanted to make a comment on the Tia Priaclear or Kinreza requests that we have for fruiting vegetables. We talked a bit about them already, and we narrowed it down quite a bit to Mary's pepper greenhouse. It seems like a high priority. I wanted to talk about Mike Bledsoe's 13954. We have Spadoxamat coming through, going to be submitted to EPA likely next year for greenhouse tomato, pepper, and eggplant that we did at IR4 already. And it covers the same pests, I believe. Tia Priaclear came to IR4 about 3 months ago, so it's a brand new chemical, and I don't see the risk in waiting another year to see that come through IR4.
And what's your question?
Yeah, my question is, Spidoxamat solve your problem instead of Tiapria for greenhouse production of tomatoes?
I'm sorry, one more time. If you don't,
Spidoxamat is going to be registered, and does that help your Tiapria request? Your Kenreza, you have that for whitefly, I believe, on greenhouse fruiting vegetables, tomato of main interest. We're going to get the fruiting veg crop group for Spidoxamat. It's a very, effective, similar type of product, is why I'm asking if that is a reasonable drop to a B, since you'll have that use.
we're looking almost 6 years in the future for this particular use. And I really don't want to sacrifice our future now based on something that's coming in maybe next year. You know how this works. I mean, I may not be even here in 6 years, but the point is, this product's that important. In fact, I don't plan to be at the greenhouse that far, but I'm not ready to give that up yet. Although I think that should anything that happen in Integrated Solutions, it's a done deal being gone. It's just, we do need the data. We've talked about it. By the way, my understanding is for the efficacy and crop safety, the important part here is really the crop safety. And that my understanding, they're really only looking for, maybe 5 plants, 4 reps or 5 reps. And, we're not talking about 25 foot a row of plant. I mean, this is pretty simple studies. And maybe not even multiple locations. I don't know what our protocols are on it, but maybe you might want to, for this one, or even for any of this particular product, look at how much protocol you need to get the data you need for greenhouse. It's pretty simple. I mean, we did it years ago for one of the companies. We did a 25-foot row and did our did each of the reps, and crop safety was really easy. And the efficacy is going to be essentially anywhere the pests get killed is going to show that it works in a greenhouse. There's no difference. And I don't think the registrant, you might want to ask the registrant on it. I'm sitting next to her, but that's her call.
Yeah, it's kind of my question is, these are potential ECS before residue, and tomato we know is likely a target for Corteva, probably field use, not greenhouse. Would it make sense to wait a year and see if they get their efficacy crop safety satisfied, and we could just do the residue next year, is kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I know what you're asking. With the integrated solutions, we are looking at up to a couple of years on it, but we're willing to do it because it was a bigger program. But as you know, I see what you're saying. It is a possibility, but I really don't want to leave it open yet.
That's fine. Yeah, it's just a question of IR4 should be working on the first wave submissions kind of thing, or I understand a 7-year timeline, but
yeah,
that's just a
actually, and he's done a lot of first waves in the past because you're still looking almost 6 or 7 years, 5 to 6 years out before this thing ever gets registered.
Yeah, it's different if we could work with Corteva on a researchable project. This one being potential, though, is my concern, is that we waste an H priority when it's already a use pattern that's probably going to be pursued eventually anyways. So why not just get the residue for greenhouse uses, which is what you need for your use pattern, and not have to do the priority we use on this one.
And maybe I can just add a comment, Philip. So yeah, for greenhouse uses, we're certainly looking to see the crop safety before moving to residue, and we don't really don't have it. This is all, I'll say, exploratory work. We haven't done anything in the greenhouse, so that's why we're having this request with IR4.
Thank you.
It seems in the H+ list that we have some projects that are supported by one region, where many of the other projects are supported by 2 or more regions. And correct me if I'm wrong, that where we have projects with one region supporting seems to be clover seed, safflower, mango, and beet. So I wonder if we could take a look at those 4 and see if there's an opportunity to perhaps delay 1 or more of those projects.
Can Safflower speak to the request?
This is Bo Howard with California Safflower Growers. So thiopyrachlor is important for us because it has high efficacy on leafhoppers. California just lost access to neonicotinoids effectively. There's bloom time restrictions and pollinator restrictions. And we never were able to achieve a registration with PQZ, which would have been another important leafhopper material. So this research would support safflower as well as crops where beet leafhopper are devastating because they transmit a curly top virus. And so I'm really reluctant to let this one go just because that's an industry killer of a pathogen that we really don't have a lot of solutions for. So this research here would be very supportive and important for California.
I was reminded by Alicia, we did do some work for safflower on Aphidophyrifin and for Isocycloserum. And so I'm wondering if those might help for leafhoppers in your scenario.
To my knowledge, Aphidophyrifin is not efficacious. It has limited suppression, but it's unclear on level of efficacy. And I can't speak to Isocycloserum. I don't know.
I will speak to beets. I have looked at multiple herbicides for beets. We have very few, and the ones that we do have have very narrow spectrums of control. We need to use them at low rates, particularly the post-emergence herbicides, because they can cause damage to the crop itself. And weed control is extremely difficult in this crop. It has not been helped by the fact that sugar beets went Roundup Ready, and so there was a lack of investment in herbicides for weed control in beets until now. That glyphosate-resistant weeds are starting to take over sugar beets. I've looked at other products. They are either too injurious in beets or they come with too many regulatory restrictions and the manufacturers will not support it. This herbicide is labeled in Europe. It is labeled in Australia. It is labeled in New Zealand. This is one of the dominant beet herbicides elsewhere in the world. It is effective. It is safe. And countries actually wonder why we're not using it, which it is unusual for this. And I really don't want to give up on this because we are out of options.
Lynn, may I add a comment on what you said on Metamitron? We tested it in New Jersey on sandy soil. It's one of the safest herbicides we have seen on beets on the most risky situation. So that's important as well. Excellent crop safety with this herbicide.
I want to go back to the safflower. We do have, I mentioned Isocycloserum, which the requester couldn't speak on, but I did look it up. And we're doing the project now at IR4 that was funded a couple of years ago on beet leafhopper. And it's also, Isocycloserum is labeled for potato leafhopper presently. And we're doing other leafhoppers for Aphidophyrifin on tomato as well. What was the pest of interest? Which leafhopper?
Beet leafhopper. So with Aphidophyrifin, I haven't seen the final data set, but it's my understanding that efficacy is limited. On Isocycloserum, I don't know yet. We're desperate for leafhopper options. Thiopyrachlor, from what I understand, is more systemic. In order to manage that pest, you have to have a barrier of protection that either prevents feeding or once they feed, they ingest a lethal amount of the active ingredient and can stop transmitting virus. As I said, California, we lost 4 of our major tools to manage this pest, and we still haven't And it looks like we won't be able to get PQZ registered. Cal DPR has concerns with persistence in groundwater. So we're really behind the 8 ball on options. IR4 has been very supportive, and that's always one of our rationales with safflower is making sure we can look at efficacy on that particular pest. It's our understanding that thiopyrachlor has strong efficacy, and right now we have maybe one option available to us, and then a couple of quasi options depending on how you look at efficacy. So we're still lagging. If that makes sense, I hope that clears up the question.
Yeah, we have ongoing efficacy trials for those 2 AIs I mentioned, Afidopyrophenols on safflower, and we have the residue on sunflower for the crop group. So we'll see what the results show. I mean, and that's fine if you wanted to get another tool.
So it seems that we've heard the arguments for safflower and beet. It still leaves clover seed and mango seemingly supported by one region.
I will say the clover one is kind of interesting because our performance researcher in Oregon did a couple of years of data on this, and we have provided it to Syngenta. There was a bit of a confusion on the report in terms of what rate was used that Syngenta has to look back at and come back to us. They couldn't give us an answer, but basically what I'm trying to say is there's not a lot of performance work needed on this one. It's ready for residue, but we still have it as a potential project from Syngenta at the moment. So anyways, some work has been done, and that's all I wanted to mention.
So this is Dalila Rendon from Oregon State, and for this is a product for weevil. We lost all of the organophosphates in Oregon, and then we started treating this pest with bifenthrin, but there is really high rates of bifenthrin in the field right now. So this is just a need for other options to use in rotation so that we're not relying so much on bifenthrin. And I know, like, as you mentioned, Philip, Navneet has submitted all of the efficacy data that she had done since 2023 for isocicloserum. So this one is pretty important for us.
Any speakers on mango?
I have to do my due diligence here. It's 10:43, and we have 40 IS projects to go through. If we are unable to shortlist these A's and H's within the next couple of minutes, we'll have to transition to integrated solutions and then take those selection on our hands. I got permission to say that, just so you know. So couple more minutes, and if we can't hear anything, we'll move to integrated solutions.
If you guys are okay with it, I'm fine to do that. It may take me 1 or 2 minutes to get an answer on the mango. So I'm happy to move to integrated solutions while we do that, if that's fine with everybody else.
We can move to integrated solutions.
Right, let's move into integrated solutions then. Thank you. All right. So as a friendly reminder, we need to drop down to 5 national priorities, 4 regional priorities, 1 per region, and 2 sponsors projects. I am pleased to say that we have 2 sponsors already who volunteered to take over a couple of priorities. David, do you mind showing those two off, please?
I just have an announcement. I just want really quick before we move into this. We have posted the updated version of the spreadsheet that we are using right now on the website. So please, if you want to follow along, you can download it there.
The same data, just reordered so that the regional priorities are grouped together.
Can I just go ahead and say what I can drop right off the top?
Yeah, go ahead.
472. Oh, and I think, well, I'm just dropping the regional ones. Okay. 472 can go to a B. 404 can go to a B. 509 can go to a B. And 512 can go to a B. And 401 can go to a B.
Thank you. That would be the first sponsors project that we know of for now from the Hawaii Department of Ag. And now we're switching to looking all the regional priorities for, okay, sorry, let's step back. David is showing the second sponsored project. It's going to be by the Stevia Group. Now, if we can scroll up, we can highlight the regional priorities for, I believe, the Southern region. Is that what we have next, David? Okay.
And sorry, actually, we can do 453. That can go to a B.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Would you know already which one would be your regional priority?
513.
503?
Yep.
Okay. So that means we can turn all the other regional priorities for the Western region to a B, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, yay, that was easy.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to the next region. Whenever David is ready. I think we have the Southern region. Kristen? Whenever you're ready.
Are we dropping or do you just want our regional project?
Both. Or maybe you can just highlight the one that you are upgrading for the regional, so that will be
Okay.
a little faster.
Our regional is going to be 518.
Congratulations. So does that give us permission to drop down all the others to a B?
Will you, as you do that, will you go through the list so I can confirm that? 'Cause
Okay,
since
I
I'm
can do
on a
that.
Different list.
All right, the first one looks like is IS 00416,
That can drop.
IS 00428,
That can drop.
506,
Drop.
518.
That's the A.
Oh yeah, that's the 8, correct? Thank you.
Quick
And
question. Quick question.
yeah,
I just don't see the 2. The regional isn't counting right now.
oh, that's right. We need to write R. Thank you.
Thank
This is a new thing that we're implementing, so we might need a couple reminders. The 517 turn to a B. Then 471, Kristen, are we turning that to a B, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that goes That's the same for fine 511, correct?
511?
Wonderful.
Well, is that what you said?
Yeah, 511.
Yes, that is correct.
Sweet. And okay, I guess we have the next sponsor project you can see up there. Moving on to the North Central region. Nicole, are you guys ready to make your upgrade?
Almost. I think the Northeast would like to make a comment first.
Yes, we would. We are ready to do our regional as well, but if they're next in the queue, let me go ahead and set them up for theirs. We are happy to back out of ISOO 527. It's a cherry project. We'll take our support to a B. Then that would make it a regional option for North Central region.
Oh, it should be. Did you hear? David, the A goes to the North Central for now, and the 0 goes to Northeast. Okay, so I guess back to the North Central.
Thank you. So you'll never guess, but we would like our regional project to be IS 00527.
Cherry, Cherry and American Plum Border. Okay, are we ready to turn all the others to B for the North Central region?
I had a comment to make actually before. Carrie mentioned for 503 cabbage maggot on root and tuber veggies, that was your regional, and that's a national priority. Just wanted to clarify. Oh,
I'm sorry,
5-1 for the
the-
5-1?
it was a fusarium onion for the
5-1.
regional.
I'm sorry,
Are
I
we-
misheard you.
Thank you for double checking. I appreciate it.
Perfect. Nicole, are you confirming Bs for all the regional one except the one you upgraded?
Yes.
Good, thank you. That makes it easy. All right, and moving on to the Northeast, what's your preferred one?
Okay, so our regional will be ISOO 450 Oriental Bittersweet on Apple.
And are you ready to downgrade all the others to a B?
Yes, but I like to run through them so that I'm very sure.
Fantastic. So as you can see, congratulations, we got. Say that again?
You said you wanted us to run through the ones that are
Yes,
being
please.
converted to
Can we
Bs?
just run through the list and that way I'm confident we're not really.
Sure, we can do that. All right, 524 down to a B.
That's okay. Yep.
450 will be upgraded to an R. 451 downgraded to a B. And 514 downgraded to a B.
Correct.
Sweet. So we got our 4 regional priorities identified. Congratulations and thank you for the hard work. We got the 2 sponsors, thank you. And now we need to tackle the national. So among all that we have here, do you have any particular one that you know for sure you want to upgrade?
I'm sorry, are you asking for the national that we know for sure we want to have? Okay, our top, okay, I've got one. IS 00526.
I'm gonna, what about the other regions, the other 2 regions? Are you keeping that an A or are you downgrading it?
Northeast supports.
Okay.
Southern also supports.
So that qualifies for an actual national priority, okay.
The cabbage maggot, root and tuber. I forget the number.
503.
503. Are we still, is that a national?
So support comes from the 3 regions for this one?
North
What-
Central supports.
Western, yeah.
Northeast supports.
Sounds like our 3rd national priority.
And then is there still national support for the bean herbicides?
The Northeast supports. That would be 520 we're talking about, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yep, that one, we support it.
And is the support from all 3 regions for that one?
We would be interested in, it's not just a screening trial. It would be looking for methodologies that will manage herbicides in beans, and we would be interested in the crop group from the
Okay.
Western perspective.
So Northeast and North Central are also supporting, correct?
Southern region will also add their support to that one.
Okay. So we have 4 out of 4 regions supporting, I guess. Okay, 2 more to go. Should we go over the list, or do you have those right on top of your?
There's 2 priorities supported by 3 or more regions. And the rest only have 2 regions. Just wanted to call that out.
Yeah, so the Phytophthora blight, I'm a little confused, as to why it is in this year, because there is a project in the integrated solutions, as we have had, in our region and the Northeast region, where those plots are in the ground this year. So this is year 2, and Jamin, I think I'm saying that correctly. So I just feel like, I understand it's a problem, and some of us have various grants beyond the integrated solutions where we're tackling it. I just feel like other projects should be given a chance, and this one should sit back. To that end, when I look at like Stemphylium on onion, this group hasn't really, been involved in that particular problem, and we have fungicide resistance. We have an expansive host range, a disease cycle we don't 100% understand. So when I look at those 2 diseases, I feel like the Stemphylium is more meritorious and hasn't had resources, where the Phytophthora, of course, is a big issue. But, we're in a current IS project this year.
That is true. Yeah.
So what I hear you say, North Central region will downgrade the other one, which is the Phytophthora blight. Okay, so North Central goes to a 0. Okay. How do the other region feel about the Phytophthora blight compared to the Stemphylium? Stemphylium, I believe the support comes from Northeast and North Central. And now we have support from Southwest, South, and West region for the Phytophthora blight.
Can we circle back to what you were saying, Mary? Sorry, are you saying that data is being developed in another study on this?
For what?
For Phytophthora on fruiting vegetables.
Yeah.
I think that is IS 00121, if I'm right.
Right. And then some of us have a multi-state block grant where we're working on it. The Stemphylium, there had been researchers in Cornell had organized, an SCRI project that included a number of states, including those from the West. And they tried for 3 years to get it funded, and they couldn't get it funded. So they're not moving forward with it. So I don't think there's a large national project going forward in Stemphylium.
Western region would be willing to drop that to a B, the Phytophthora fruiting vegetables, given the fact that data is being developed in 050. We'd like to see what that pans out to.
And at that point, that would become a regional priority for the southern region. So how does that priority compare to the other one?
The southern region is fine to drop this. I mean, we see the need as well, but to speak to Mary's point, I know in our region specifically, this was supported by 2 newer IR4 researchers that may not have the knowledge of what all we have going on. So it's good to, be able to take that back to them to say, we're working on this, and we would also support the onion if that's the route we go for a national priority.
Okay, so let's go back to the onion one. And let's add the southern region as a region in support of that one. Which one? What is the number? Right there, the Stemphylium, correct, Kristen?
491, yes.
Sweet. Does it sound like a national priority then?
The Northeast supports that.
Okay. Let's put it as an N for now, and then we can always regroup at the end.
Big question to the floor. Are we willing to let go of the Varroamite IS study if we keep the Bavaria, I can't say that right, in our H positive?
Yeah, as long as we keep that H+ for Varroamite in performance, we are okay letting go of integrated solutions in the North Central.
Would that Varroamite product in the H+ be included here? I think we have multiple options here, so
Yeah, it would.
you might get more, how do you say, more bang for your buck with integrated.
Yeah, right now we're under our limit for IS, but over for performance. Just wanted to call that out. If you wanted to get more Varroamite products, you could put the A here and take away from the H. But if there's another IS that rises above, that's a different question.
Yeah. I mean, we would be interested in keeping it here and doing that as one of the materials, but there was also just strong interest in having something move forward in 2026. And this would be moving forward in 2027, so.
Can I get a mic, Jerry? Get a mic.
Jerry's asking how difficult it is to do a honeybee study with Varroamites. Yes, it's challenging. It depends on how you want to do the assessments. And I talked a little bit to some of the requesters about different ways to go about it. We've done them in the past, so it's not like it's unprecedented. Typically, those were done in the biopesticide program for IR4 because they don't have tolerances, but it's kind of restructured. IR4 has, since we did those work, anyways, it's now a performance project for the Bavaria. It's not untenable. We do have researchers who do that work, and it would be not challenging for me as an expert.
And this is Alina, if I can just add, this is Alina Nino from UC Davis, apiculturist, and we do these studies fairly regularly, whether it's in the lab or in the field. It is time consuming, labor intensive, but we do them all the time. So this would not be a stretch at all.
How difficult would it be to prepare a protocol for 2026?
That could be done.
Well, yeah, I can send you a protocol today, and then we can work with our local beekeepers to get the colonies ready. And then it would really just be up to the, I can't remember what the gentleman's name is, to provide the Bavaria.
Yeah, it's possible. I will say for this IS, we may recall that there were other performance and residue projects for Varroamites that couldn't move forward because they were still under evaluation. And IS is a great venue to test things that aren't ready for the residue program yet. And so some of those products that are also requested by Alina could end up in this IS, even though they couldn't move forward in the food program. And there's other novel miticides that folks would love to see unbiased data and also cost evaluations, because that's a big impact for whether or not it's able to be used, is can they afford it? And so a lot of work beyond just demonstrating efficacy that could be done in the IS.
So it was really, Alina, it was just the timeline, correct?
Correct.
You would like to see something happening in 2026?
Yes, the beekeepers are desperate and the data keeps coming out talking about resistance to some of the miticides that they've been using so far. So it would be wonderful for them to be able to see something on the horizon sooner rather than later.
What would be the timeline on that?
Yeah, the study would start April, May. I mean, you could do it later on in the season when the varroa mites are higher in population towards the summer. But obviously you'd want to see, do assessments earlier, like in May. But I mean, it would depend because at different parts of the country have different seasonalities. My question is there funds to pay for it now, or does it have to wait for future funds? Because the protocol could come out in time. It's just, can we pay them?
Deferring trials is optional. It's not absolutely necessary, as long as you're capable of forming working groups within a timely fashion, gather up all the minds together in the same group and come up with a robust protocol. As long as you can do that, we don't have to wait until 2027.
Yeah, we have working groups established already for honeybee, varroa mite, and triple A mite that I've been working with over the past couple of years, and it would be pretty straightforward to get those into this project.
That gives the answer to me. What you guys think?
I would like to say one thing if I could. This product's already been looked at by the commercial beekeepers, and it's something that they really want and really need. The biological without the residues of chemicals. I have protocols which I'm more than happy to share. We've done some work over the last 2 years, and protocols are there, are available, and they are time consuming. There's no question about it. And we've also done work with the beekeepers themselves the last 2 years. And if you give them a protocol they can follow, they actually do a very good job doing it because they are very interested in the new product. Okay.
So, so I'll be the devil's advocate. I think it's a great idea. It would be a preference to do the varroa mite integrated solution study in 2026 and include the material, the Bavaria, as one of the treatments, right? To develop efficacy studies, efficacy data and crop safety data for that, for registration, as well as looking at other materials. That would be great. Devil's advocate. Now, what if every other IS study wanted to be on speed rails? Because I know that the cabbage maggot study would prefer to be teed up for 2026. And so we kind of.
Again, the same rule. If you can form working groups that find the people, find the researcher, and line up with the registrants and all that, you have the green light to.
I could definitely do that. I think we could do that for cabbage maggot as well.
Cabbage maggot you can do in the fall of 2026 as opposed to the spring, which would be too soon.
Okay.
So I think there's definitely a possibility there.
Okay. I mean, I'm in. How about the other regions? And then that would mean that we are taking that H positive off the 10 list or 9 list, whatever we're at. And we're moving it into this study, just to clarify for.
Yeah, Richard, we'll test the Bavaria against other varroa mite products in the same side to side.
That material, we will still be developing efficacy and crop safety data for that material as well.
Now, this is not a guarantee. I want to underline that. We want to strive to develop robust protocols. We don't want to rush through it. So we'll do our very best, but we don't guarantee that we'll be in the field in 2026. I want that to be very clear for the audience because we strive for success.
Alina, is that okay with you?
That is fine with me. But yes, I'm pretty confident either way. Sooner would be better. Again, beekeepers are getting a little desperate. But yes, that's fine.
I got one other comment. No, I won't say anything else, but if you look at the definition of integrated solutions, this product absolutely fits right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
As far as innovation goes and everything else, it perfectly fits in what you're supposed to be doing in this platform.
That technology will definitely be included in this study because we are taking off. If my understanding is that we're taking off the H+ and moving that within this study. So we got you covered. The Bavaria bassiana will be included in this study. So in the interest of time, what I hear you saying is that we're making IS 00485 a national priority. Do I hear that right? Excellent.
Yes.
Now, we are at 5 national priorities, but we haven't gone through the entire list. To be fair and transparent, let's go over the list, double checking that we are all aligned. Starting with the very first one, okay. 00045, fruit and vegetable whiteflies. Are we dropping that to a B?
North Central's okay with dropping to a B.
What about the southern region?
Yes, we're okay with that as well.
00089, tomato bacterial diseases.
Southern region's okay to drop?
And North Central.
Let's make it a B. 00095, bacterial spot on pepper, organic production.
It's just me and you, Nicole.
Yep, we're good.
Yep, we're okay to drop.
Okay, we're gonna drop. 470, spot and lanternfly on grape.
Northeast is okay to drop.
So that leaves it as a regional priority. And back to Kristen then.
We're okay to drop for now.
Okay, we're gonna drop that to a B, thank you. 516, downy milled on grape.
Southern region's okay to drop?
So
So
we can drop that.
sweet, gonna be a B. Ooh, last one. 502, I'll give it a shot. Neopestalotiopsis on strawberry.
Southern region's okay to drop that one too.
And North Central is as well.
Woo, we got it, guys. 5 national, 4 regional, 2 sponsored, and within how many minutes? I think less than 30. Good job. That was a brief. Congratulations, everyone. I guess we have time to go back to resident product performance. Again, we're left with 38 A's, and let's remove the H plus. Oh, he did already? Fantastic. Okay, I'll turn it over to Thomas.
Yep, so we're back here again, just it's 3 A's to drop and 2 H pluses.
Is there interest in dropping isocycloserum on cucumber?
So that is a top need for North Central. I think that's our number one.
Northeast is we would like to keep it as well.
Did we take the Bs off? Did we drop that one?
Yeah,
yet?
yeah, B's are down to an H there, so now, yeah, we're just 2 left to cut. Have we discussed the blueberry one yet? Where was the blueberry one? Oh, okay.
Let's go back to blueberry on the residue researchable. I think we have 2 blueberry high bush or blueberry, whatever it is. So there's strong support from the West for fetopyropin. We had support for copylene methyl, but we would be willing to drop that. But I don't know how the other regions feel about that.
If Marcelo is okay dropping that, we in the North Central we can follow that lead.
Marcelo is okay to drop that. So 13968. We'll move to a B. Perfect.
I hate to throw the wrench in it, but we are kind of banking on that when we heard back from our stakeholder in Maine. And she thinks that this use pattern, if registered, could at least cover their needs and we could work with Roger on it. But she was supportive of this one. So I'm very hesitant to let that go because we already let her low bush blueberry go.
Roger. What herbicides have we moved through IR4 on blueberry high bush? And what, do you happen to know like what might already be registered? Sorry. Sure. What we got going on right now? Do we have any herbicides right now that are? Because I thought, isn't Marcella working on something? Microphone. Yeah.
You're putting me on the spot here, but I know we did fluproxyfen recently, and which is tolerance exempt. I'd be scared to keep going with anything on that. Sorry. The ecophyline methyl is got a lot of buzz in lots of crops right now. It's coming out, and I thought Marcelo was going to stick with this one because he was really supportive of it earlier. So
Marcelo is supportive of it, but only secondary.
okay.
So the phytopyropin is the one that we're after in the West. We would be willing to give up on a copylene methyl.
I think we had a recent request for peroxysulfone.
Yeah, I think that's an A plus. right?
Yeah.
For the Northeast,
That will start, but not residue wise.
for the Northeast, I will not support ecophyline methyl on blueberry in New Jersey.
Can you say that again?
I will not support ecophyline methyl on blueberry in New Jersey. It's not a highest priority for us in New Jersey.
So are you suggesting, when you say you will not support it, are you saying that it should be dropped?
I mean, personally, for Northeast, for New Jersey, important blueberry state, I will take a B on this one.
Can we talk about hops?
There are two that I want to bring up before we get to hops, notably the pecan first here. The comments from the researcher earlier when we were discussing this noted that they appear to be dropping Ethifon from their programs and are instead pursuing 1-ACC as their primary product going forward. Given that feedback at its orange status, I'm wondering if this would be an appropriate one to downgrade.
We are not willing to downgrade. So researchers and producers have a different view, and the producers want Ethifon.
Even knowing that there's a chance it'll never move forward and you won't get that registration anytime soon? I mean,
So as has been mentioned by a few other people in the room, year to year, the EPA stoplight analysis changes. And even if you go back for Ethifon and look, it has gone through pretty much all of the colors. So if we forego it now, it could be a different color next year. And I'm just not willing to give that up.
And there were greens in past years that have gone red.
Well,
And we're
I'll
doing
I'll
that
just
data.
note for Ethifon that, yes, at one point it was green, but it wasn't green for very long. It immediately turned to yellow. And so, yeah, while it's changing color, I think the trajectory is the orange. And IR4 has at least one Ethifon project that I'm aware of that they've expended resources for because it's kind of in the pipeline. And so I just think it's a lot to ask an organization to take the risk. Perhaps there's an opportunity for the industry to support it financially. Is that possible? Sometimes it is, right?
I mean, the same could be said for greenhouse studies. We constantly have issues with capacity doing greenhouse research. And there are quite a few greenhouse studies that might also be supported by industry. That's just my opinion.
And the other one that I wanted to bring up was the triphenylton hydroxide walnut again. I know that there was an impassioned discussion about the need for products, but we got feedback about this one from EPA. The expectation is that this one is going to be orange once it goes through. And unlike metribuzin, which we were talking about it being the salmon or however we're defining that, this one is quite orange. So I want the crowd to be aware of that for this project.
Well, even if both of those oranges dropped off the list, we would still have to get another one off the list.
Got to start somewhere.
So I agree. I mean, we could start with flazosulfuron, peach, plum, and cherry. That would solve our problems. We also have 2 hops. We have 2 high bush blueberries, and we have a blueberry on the H+ list.
I wonder how North Central feels about that. That's a lot of crops going there.
So we would like to see that crop group move through. We are willing to cut that, but I know that the southern region is also really looking at the peach. And it would be, well, I'll let Kristen speak to that, but we can be flexible.
Yeah, Southern Region is supportive of the peach, but I also believe we have Turbicil and quinclorac working their way through the system in 25. So we would be okay to defer this a year. Unless that's not what Nicole wanted me to say, and then
We can defer a year. I mean, this is one that we looked at last year that we wanted, and we had a plan to get the crop group this year. But that would solve this. It would not be my first choice, but if that's the only choice.
Well, the
we can move
Northeast is also behind the peach. So we're with you on the peach, and definitely not a first choice at all. I also would point out that they're residue only, so we're really close on these. We're really close. And they've been in the pipeline for a while, so I personally think it's a really good use of resources.
I support that argument as well.
You mentioned the fact there's a couple of the herbicide projects already going on, but it's a matter of spectrum sometimes. I think the Turbicil is about reducing a PHI. It's already labeled, but we're trying to get a reduced PHI there. The flazosulfuron through all 3 of these gets the whole crop group, broad spectrum control. I can't tell you what to say, but those are my thoughts.
I don't know if this will make it any easier or any harder. Yeah. I did warn you in the beginning, this was going to be difficult, and it didn't disappoint. I think we would be willing to go up to 36A priorities because unlike what Thomas said, I'm probably more confident that that triphenylton hydroxide will fall off because of it being red. It's not in the best regulatory shape. So I think it's going to be a little bit more closer to red than it is closer to salmon or any other color. So
what you're saying then is essentially you're saying to take it at 36, including that one with the expectation that it drops off. So you roll the dice. Yeah,
So-
we'd still have to drop one more then in that case.
Is that easier, harder?
The Northeast can revisit the blueberry. We're gonna regroup, get some really good thought put into this, and we can take a B for that this year.
And which one is that?
The Icafolin blueberry.
Okay. So we need one more to drop then, I believe. Yes. Yeah, one more.
I haven't done any research on this, but with the grasses grown for seed with the Talinor, the bicyclopyrone, are there not other products already labeled? What does this bring that the other products don't?
Hi, this is Dalila from Oregon State. I just wish that Steve Salisbury was here because he's the one who knows this. Let me try to text him real quick.
Can I ask the floor in terms of hops when it comes to those two materials that were the flu, are those stackable? Would those be able to be done? Because we only have so many hops sites, so I'm just wondering if we need to think about that.
One's a fungicide and one's a.
Oh,
not
I'm
fungicide.
asking the chemists.
Oh, stackable. Got
Hey,
it.
Matt. Hey, Alex. Would fluoxypiperine and afetopyropin off the top of your head, could those be stackable?
We already have a method developed for fluoxypiperine, and it behaves relatively well. So I feel like we could probably look for both without too much issue.
Thank you.
To defend the hops, I think a little bit. Downy mildew is a pretty important disease out west, mostly in Oregon kind of area, but I know this is more of an Eastern issue, but it's probably our number one disease. So I know there's two priorities and everybody's looking at hops right now. So
Yeah,
No,
I'm
we
not a
appreciate
plant
that,
pathologist.
Go
I'm not
ahead.
a plant pathologist, but downy mildew is a significant issue in New York's regrowing hop industry.
Well, the reason that the hop industry moved to Eastern Washington was due to downy mildew. And I really appreciate the importance of the disease. What we're facing with the insecticide is the loss of the neonics, mostly for export purposes. And basically the profile for this insecticide is very safe. And we're seeing green lights with it in Europe. And so we met together as the Hop Industry Plant Protection Committee, and this sort of rose to the top of what we figured was our priority going into this year. So we appreciate the downy mildew is an issue in most other growing regions, hop growing regions of the country.
Regarding the comment about stacking of trials, well, no, IR4 is reluctant to stack trials because if a trial goes bad, you risk, jeopardizing two studies rather than just one. We try to avoid it when possible.
Can I circle back to the grass question from before? I just got some answers from Steve, and he says they provide better mayweed chamomile control than other Group 27 herbicides. We need another Group 27 with better performance to reduce dependence on Group 4 auxins. So
How about group twos?
hang on.
Group twos control chamomile unless they're resistant.
group 2, hang on a second.
Were we waiting on more comments with the grasses, or are we moving to something else?
I just asked about group 2. Steve says that some of the group 4 herbicides used for Mayweed chamomile create a residue issue with the straw market. So this is why they're trying to get this product. He's not replied about group 2, but I'm just saying what he's saying.
For us, group 2s are very effective.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Hey, Roger, Marcelo here.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Since we talk about resistance, the Caffeine that was just downgraded, that's a big deal for us. Grass resistance in the West, I would say North Central as well. This is a new mode of action. We have preliminary data with the manufacturer. We have manufacturer support. So that's a very important request.
Marcelo, is that you?
Yes.
Hi, Marcelo. We talked about this. But Apidopyropin is still the one that they really want to move forward for residue for blueberry high bush. We can certainly tee it up for next year. Is that okay? The acopylene?
Is that a question or you're telling me that?
I think you're telling me. Is it okay if we keep acopylene for next year?
Let me think about that. Maybe we're going back to hops again. I don't know.
I think we could go back to hops, but if we put acopylene methyl back on here, that's not going to solve our problems.
Okay, so it sounds like with the grasses, the issue isn't efficacy, it's more using a group 4 with some issues related to residue in the group 4. They can't sell the product, is that right?
Yeah, so this says some of the group 4 for they create residue issue with straw market. I'm still I have a bubble
Oh,
here.
okay, so
He's
the reason,
typing.
the reason I say, because I would expect he would normally use a group 4 and a group 2 together to control most of these weeds. So it sounds like it's not an efficacy issue, it's more of a marketing issue.
Well, okay, and sorry, I just got an answer about, so of the group 2 that don't actually kill grass, we run into crop rotation restrictions and or injury.
Your serve.
There's shorter residual group 2s.
I think there's also an issue with crop injury for grasses.
I think we're to the point regional coordinators need to decide right now.
Question, on the flazosulfuron, we were after the crop group there. What if we took one of those off the list and did it next year? Could we still go after the crop group?
There are efficiencies to doing the entire crop group all at once. It allow when you're conducting all three at the same time, it does allow you to conduct fewer residue trials overall. So there are cost saving reasons to do that.
So because we're saving money conducting less residue trials, can we have all three?
Excuse me, could I ask a question that's probably already been answered? For 13721, why is the A red?
Oh, it was just to flag it for us, so we knew that was the one that got upgraded this morning from potential to researchable. That was solely so we didn't miss it. The red means nothing otherwise.
Oh, thank you.
Don't put that evil on us. Let's say that. I just want to comment on the bifenthrin sorghum again, noting that will require a weight of the evidence argument. I want to make sure that the people that are requesting that are feeling good about their ability to make a compelling case for getting the weight of for getting the waiver from PRIA fees for that.
Yeah, Brett Bean over there has got some good arguments.
Yeah,
Okay. No, that's all right. I'm just double checking.
Yeah, that shouldn't be any issue at all.
All right. I trust you.
At one point, Jared mentioned that one of these was really expensive to analyze. I forgot which one.
I was gonna say it was hemp, but we already dropped that, so.
We heard Linuron from the floor.
I think that was one of the bean ones.
Just Jared noted that dual AIs are also another item that are complex because there's more to analyze.
I have another question here. It's Marcelo again.
Yep, go ahead.
We were discussing about ethithone in one ACC, and I would argue that the icathalene pathway forward would be a lot easier and more unique than that one. Can we make icathalene A and ethithone B? I'm pretty sure. And maybe there's a time for other weed science to weigh in on icathalene. If Terry, Lean were there.
Do you mean the high bush blueberry, acathalene? You'd want to make
Correct.
that,
Correct.
and you'd want to
Hey,
make
Jeff.
ethithon B?
Yes, because it's orange and we had a lot of discussions.
Yeah, we've got someone here supporting that pretty strongly. The industry needs it really bad. And swapping right now, we need to drop one. That's really what it comes down to, is we got to drop one, correct? Is that correct? We need to drop one. So adding anything back in and we've got two, that would be two high bush blueberries in researchable, and then we'd have we've got a blueberry in the H pluses. I don't know if we want to go that route.
I think I heard a comment online towards the blueberry once Marcella said that. Curious to hear it. Terry, did you have something to say?
Not really. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm glad Marcello is coming back with Icafolin. I mean, I will try it next year. At this stage, I don't know if I want a A or B on this one. I probably need to see it first place before deciding on it.
Just a clock check. We're down to 20 minutes.
Just a quick question on greenhouse space. So do we have enough capacity to do both the strawberry greenhouse projects along with the other greenhouse stuff? I just very curious.
I think if anything, space would relate to greenhouse transplant. Just because that requires multiple places, more plants.
I can make a comment and it might make somebody happy. So 13731, Lynn, you're on Bean. We're willing to take a B for this year.
All right. With that, we are good on A's. We've got 36, one of which is the triphenyltin, whatever, the super tin. Bad with names. So now we are on the final stretch. There are 2 H pluses to cut. We got garden beet, greenhouse tomato, greenhouse transplant pepper, cucumber, high bush blueberry, clover seed, safflower, and mango.
Can someone speak to the cucumber need? Because I just want to say there is cucumber on the future Icocytoserum label. So maybe that use pattern that's coming will be useful for the pest of interest in this one. I guess it looks like it's a seed pattern. Seed format would be different. Regarding the cucumber, I did look it up and it's fairly unique.
Did we talk about the mango? Where's the mango request coming from?
Puerto Rico. I did talk to Wilfredo. We really, even starting in our discussions this morning, I was like, that is the H plus that the South would like. We have had this one on the list for 2 or 3 years now, and it is one of the top 2 needs that came out of Puerto Rico this year. The other one being thrips and banana, which they have already given up because it was also an H. It's very important for export for them, and total overall, including the mango, we only have 2 tropical projects on the list this year, period. So I would really like to keep it.
Understood. Thank you.
We can drop the clover to an H. We're hoping that we'll get some efficacy and crop safety data and a response from Syngenta for next year and have it teed up for researchable. Thank you. I'm sorry? Isocycloserum clover seed. So 13719.
I have a question regarding thiopurachlor. We have 3 projects with this product, including 2 in greenhouse. So should one of the 2 greenhouse projects should be dropped?
I think it was already said, but in the chat, Terry did point out that there are 3 thiopurachlor. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard a pretty good, strong reasoning for each of those, I feel like, already. I tried to convince some folks already.
If I could just comment on the safflower thiopyrachlor project, it wasn't mentioned earlier, but, and I know we've already had this discussion on rotational crop restrictions, but that's our motivation on this project. Whereas, you know, the other active ingredients, we were intending to treat safflower. This is not the case. It's an important active ingredient for other row crops that are in rotation with safflower, in which the pest is extremely important. So I know we've already had this rotational crop restriction talk, but that's really the motivation here on this particular project. I don't know if that helps or streamlines anything, but that's our intent.
I think it should also be mentioned that safflower gave up a parafenicil in researchable. So this is their one.
Right. However, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So the thiopurachlor, remember, has not yet been submitted, and rotational crop studies are not complete. So if the primary driver is plant back interval for this, then I don't think it would be the best use of an H+ at this point, because we don't yet know what plant back intervals are going to look like for this product.
Understood and agree. In our conversations with Corteva, they need the data. And that's our intent. So like Mr. Bledsoe said earlier, we're looking 6 years out on a timeline where this particular active ingredient is going to be extremely important for tomatoes and other crops that are in rotation with safflower. So if we don't start the work now, it could severely delay usage in other important row crops.
This is Mike with the greenhouse. I know it's come up a couple times, but I've even approached Corteva and asked that we could do it in our own greenhouses, and they need the IR4 data. So we really need that project, and we're losing neonics to the not because of the buyers. So this particular product is going to go. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Particular product is going to go as a drench only, and is as safe as it gets to our beneficials, which we spend literally $14,000 per acre doing. So with a product like this out there, we have got to move forward, and that's the reason we've stuck by it at this point.
So can we hear about the, what is it, 3 priorities that are shared? What are they? What are the shared ones up there? We've got cucumber, isocycloserum. Because there's another region aside from Western, right? And then what was the other one? Because are there only 4 regional right now? Like four priorities that are represented by a single region up there? So then there would be 3 nationals, in a sense? All I know about is cucumber.
Yeah, so North Central supports the cucumber also. And then North Central and South, right, Kristen, support the greenhouse transplant pepper?
Yes, Southern supports both the greenhouse transplant pepper and the tomato greenhouse.
You know, the issue between 6 and 7 priorities in this area is it's about money and allocation of money. The 3 projects that we have with the new Corteva material are all strongly supported by commodity groups. You know, greenhouse vegetables, transplants, which I had an opportunity to see a whole lot of the transplants earlier this year, and it's a big industry, as well as safflower. I'm just wondering if there would be any co-funding available from these commodity groups to lessen the burden on IR4, split the cost of these 3, and then be able to be done with it and get it all done.
And did you mean the 3, which 3 did you have in mind, Jerry? The
The 13954 on greenhouse tomato, the 14023 on greenhouse transplants, and the 14060.
Safflower is open to it?
Mike and Mary, I know this sort That'd be a total of 90 for the the three studies, the three projects.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, the idea is we get some co-funding and be able to do all three.
I want to take it back though. I thought that Kinreza is well known to be effective on whiteflies. Therefore, we don't really need 3 trials. We might get down to 1 validating trial. So it's 1 per project.
Yeah, there'll be mostly crop safety.
If the issue is crop safety, then we want to bulk up the data, yeah.
You could use a smaller trial for crop safety though, than for efficacy, I think. It'd be more apparent in a higher treatment, 3x or something.
We got 3 minutes left, guys. Worst case scenario, IR4 might have to take it in their own hands.
What would that look like if IR4 took it into their own hands?
We would have to regroup internally and really vet these projects carefully. So I don't have the answer right now. Perhaps someone on my team may have some suggestion.
Well, really what it would come down to is we'd have less operating dollars to allocate during the NRPM for H pluses. And that's really what it come down to, which would mean that whatever's put out there, we run out of money, we stop.
Would it be worthwhile to go through what we have and just see what regional support there is for each one? To see anyway, I don't know.
We have no other option left, so might as well give it a try.
So going down the list then. First one is Garden Beet. What regions are supporting this?
Northeast is supporting with a strong support.
That was Northeast. It was honestly, it was so loud I couldn't hear it. All right. All right.
It is really something we need in the Northeast. I mean, we have population of pigweed, water hemp, and Palma amaranth that are getting resistant to many herbicides that we cannot control in garden beets. This herbicide is the only one which is effective at this stage for controlling these resistant weeds. So we need it.
All right. Tomato. What regions?
Southern.
This is surprising me, it's only the southern, because we had folks contact the western region and the north central wanting this particular project.
There is interest from the West.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so I guess for the purposes of this, I was just thinking that while we do have some interest, it wouldn't be our top priority.
For the tomato, you mean? Yeah. All right. Pepper, if we're continuing this exercise.
So that would be a north central top priority.
Hey, Thomas, instead of going through this and belaboring it, we'll make it work. We'll figure it out.
All right.
All right. I can say that we kind of made it successfully to meet the workshop goals. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, incredible participation. This was really challenging, but we made it. Thank you again for your hard work and the time you took away from your loved ones to be here and support the specialty crop community. Just a couple of reminders before you all depart. David, if you can go back to the slides. Go back to slides. I need the slides. No, the deck. We have a couple of friendly reminders. All right, we can skip that. Oh, okay. All right, next step, final reminder. We're going to list the final prioritization spreadsheet on the Food Use Workshop webpage immediately after the workshop, and we'll share the link via email and our newsletter. Next slide, please, very quickly. If you're wondering where the Food Use Workshop will be next year, I am happy to say we'll be in Austin, Texas from September 15 to September 17, and hopefully you can join us there. Next slide, please. I know it sounds early, but February will be here in a blink of an eye. Friendly reminder again, on February 19, we will be hosting the Industry Technology Session, which is a virtual event where we invite companies to present their novel technologies and give updates on products that are currently in IR4 region research. If you want to receive our newsletter, feel free to scan this QR code, or you can sign up directly on our website. Finally, but most importantly, as we always say, it takes a village to accomplish what we have accomplished today. There's a lot of people I want to thank, so please join me in thanking all of you, first of all, for taking the time to be here. I want to thank the sponsors again. I want to thank the EPA for their presentation on Monday. I want to thank, most importantly, the people that worked really, really hard in the background. I'm talking about the operation team, Crystal, Hannah, Donna. I'm talking about I'm not done. There's more. I'm talking about the administration team, Susan, David, right there, Shai. And then last but not least, our regulatory team and our biology team. Thank you all. We hope to see you next year and safe travel back. Again, thank you. Oh, one last thing. Our Hannah would like to take a picture of all of you who'd like to join. And if you do want to be in the picture, we're going to take it right in the hall, right next to the registration booth. Oh, and Roger has one more thing to say.
Yeah, before y'all go take your picture, and I'll probably join you with my Batman mask on. This is my last Food Use Workshop. I've said it a lot of times, and I really mean it, that God puts you where He wants you in life if you just pay attention to the signals. And those signals guided me to IR4 years ago, and it got me on this career, and it got me in this job. I absolutely love this job. Don't make this worse. But the signals lately have told me that it's time to separate from IR4. So I'll be retiring from NC State sometime this winter. I hope I've helped. Thanks.